It is time to begin proceedings on this fabulous day 2 at the Monsoon Pickleball Championship 3.0. We are ready for the men's doubles final in the open category. It's a race to 15. Just one game. Nitin Kirtane, the legend from the world of tennis in India, ready to serve and begin this. As he waits it out for our referee to signal go. Warming themselves up, both the pairings. Nitin, of course, with Atul Edwards in the red and the white. A lethal pairing. We've seen them pair up at numerous occasions. The camaraderie, the chemistry, the understanding between them, amazing. As we await the final call, Sachin Jain and Kiran Salian towards the bottom of your screen. Nice and patient. Towards the top of your screen, you can see Nitin Kirtane and Atul Edwards. Early today, I was watching Sachin and Kiran in action on the outside courts. They are ready for this, but you can expect the unexpected in the kind of format that this competition provides. It's a race to 15. Anything can happen in the blink of an eye. You want to come out firing on all cylinders. You don't have that luxury of time. It's a very fast-paced format. Critical for you to get off to that flying start. And here we go. The referee signals time in. Nitin Kirtane with the serve.
Point. One zero two. Out. Two zero two. Side out.
Break of serve here.
Zero two one. Second serve. Zero two two.
Well done. You see Atul Edwards pumped up there. They got the start that they would have wanted.
2-0-1.
Again, Atul Edwards rising to the occasion. Speed up, fantastic.
3-0-1. Second serve. 3-0-2. Side out.
A little tentative on that occasion. Nitin Kirtane.
0-3-1.
It's sent back. Oh,
Second
had a
serve.
chance there, Sachin and Kiran. What an overhead that was.
0-3-2. Point. One, 3-2.
Had a
Out, side
chance
out.
into the open court, ends up sending that one long.
Three, 1-1. Second serve.
Out that comeback now, Sachin and Kiran.
3-1-2.
Nitin with the serve.
Point.
Live here at
4-1-2.
the Sidco Exhibition Centre in Navi Mumbai for the third edition of the Monsoon Pickleball Championship, brought to you by Global
Side
Sports.
out.
What a year this is turning out to be for Team Global Sports. That massive
1-4-1.
success during the Pro and Challenger Leagues earlier this year in February, alongside the Indian Open 2025. They're back with the Monsoon Pickleball Championship 3.0. Shout out to the amazing founding partners who have been putting in the
2-4-1.
work day in, day out. Emil Jain, Shashank Khaitan, Neeraj Jain, the tournament director, Divyesh Jain, Suresh Bansali,
Second serve.
Yuvraj Ruya, aka the Pickle Prince, all of them making this happen, creating this huge platform for the
2-4-2.
pickleball community, not only in India but from different corners spread out across the world.
Side out.
He'll enjoy that one. The man on your screen, Nitin Kirtane, with that southpaw stance, the overhead, had a lot of bite on it.
4-2-1.
Goes down the tee.
Second serve.
Sachin and Kiran know the importance of this one. It's a final. They've made it
4-2-2.
so far, and they wouldn't want to let this go at any cost.
Point.
Make it a lead of 3 now.
5-2-2.
Oh, well
Side
done.
out.
Great hands. Crowd loving it.
2-5-1. Out. Point. 3-5-1. Second serve.
Taking the time now.
Three, 5-2. Side out.
That one straight into the net. Needs to
5-3-1.
believe. Signs of nerves. Delicate hands, the speed up. They're going after Kiran
Second
there, but
serve.
this time Kiran firm like a wall. Solid hands,
5-3-2.
keeping themselves right in it. Sachin and Kiran.
Out. Point.
The error there from Sachin's paddle.
6-3-2. Side out.
Oh, well done. It's all happening. Resilient there, Sachin and Kiran.
3-6-1.
Kiran with that short serve on this occasion. Oh, what an overhead.
Second
How
serve.
good was that from Nitin Kirtane? The precision, the placement, the accuracy from the man. Not easy. Running backwards, under the lights. Breaks that serve. One remains for Sachin and Kiran. A critical one.
3-6-2. Side out.
Nice and patient, taking their time. Sachin will be disappointed. Had a look there.
6-3-1. Reserve. 6-3-1.
The
Fine.
ATP attempted and he is rewarded. Atul Edwards loves that.
7-3-1. Out. Point. Side change.
As we change sides, the momentum certainly with Nitin and Atul. Lots of work to be done. With Sachin and Kiran on the other side. Body language. A little bit of a drop in those shoulders from Sachin's body language. Kiran will also be disappointed, but you can see the energy from Atul and Nitin. They are pumped up. Body language very positive. You cannot count any pair out in a contest like this one at any moment. Everything to fight for. It's a race to 15 in this game. It is the final. Just one game. Can Kiran and Sachin turn this around now?
Ready? Time in 8-3-1. Second serve.
Bounces on to that one, Atul Edwards. But a sigh of relief for
8-3-2.
Sachin and Kiran. They have one more serve to break. It's the Atul Edwards serve that came straight
Point.
to Sachin, who misses that volley on the backhand side. They extend the
9-3-2.
lead now, massive 6 points, the lead. Sends that
Outside
one
out.
now, both serves broken. This is where Sachin and Kiran will have to take some time between them.
3-9-1.
Build a comeback.
Second
Had a
serve.
look, Atul is down on the court. Had a chance there, Kiran. Sends that long, just one
3-9-2.
serve remains now. Want to see the fist bumps.
Point.
You want them talking to each other. Can they
4-9-2.
believe? Made it so far. Sachin and Kiran looking to come back into this, in this big final.
Point.
And that will do them a world of good. A solid forehand volley. And speaking of solid, look who's come to the commentary booth. The founding partner, the man himself. Someone who wears all those hats so
5-9-2.
effortlessly. None other than the Shashank Khaitan is in the building, in the booth. Here we go, over to you.
Thanks a ton, Sarthak. I think Sarthak is as synonymous with pickleball as global sports now. Been there with us for a long time, part of the journey. And once again, thank you so much everyone who supported global sports. We are back here with the Monsoon Pickleball Championship Edition 3, the 50+ men's advanced
6-9-2.
finals. Nitin and Atul taking on Sachin and Kiran. Nitin Kirtane, a tennis legend,
Set out.
synonymous with the doubles pair. Sandeep and Nitin have dominated tennis for years, and Nitin continues his dominance in the world of sport with
9-6-1.
pickleball. He's already won the gold in the singles, and here looking to make it 2
Point.
golds.
Indeed, like you mentioned, a legend in the world of tennis, and now Nitin Kirtane conquering the world of pickleball day by day.
10-6-1.
And very effectively supported by Atul Edward. Again, one of the OGs of pickleball, has been playing it for multiple number of
Second
years.
serve.
So has been Kiran Salian, a brilliant shot off the net. And you can see it's a very rare
10-6-2.
combination to have 2 lefties playing together, but Atul and Nitin playing it very effectively.
Set out.
And like you mentioned, 2 southpaws together, and interestingly, they've been very high on energy. Both of them showing good body language. On the other side, you want to see Sachin and Kiran pump up the energy, come back here.
6-10-1.
Absolutely, and it's not a very, the game's not lost. It's 6-10, pickleball, momentum on your side. You can actually turn the game around.
Second serve.
Nitin and Sachin really need to put in some more effort in the game.
6-10-2.
Solid serve this. Kiran had a
Set out.
chance there, just not getting enough control on that volley.
I think it's very important for Sachin and Kiran to slow the game down. They're not going to
10-6-1.
beat Nitin and Atul in the attacking game. It's important for them to keep slowing the game down, try and make it a dink battle. Look at the hands. Look at the hands of both these players. Oh my God, amazing. Nitin and Atul showing us turning defense into offense. And so many tennis players across so many generations have been tormented by Nitin Kirtane and this defense of his, always known as Mr. Consistent. And showing us again here in the pickleball world that certain basics always count.
Indeed, and we've lost count of how many national championship titles have been to his name in the world of tennis. It's just unimaginable, the kind of accolades and achievements he's had, and one of those calm, composed players. Always you see this absolute fighting spirit with that incredible serenity and calm.
Absolutely, and as aggressive he is on the court, he's as gentle off it. Absolute gentleman. Has dominated the world of 35 plus for India, continues to do it in 50 plus, and actually looking at him, you just don't believe he's 50 plus. I mean, men often refuse to age, right, in their heads.
And I was just speaking with him yesterday, and he mentioned the goal is not the gold medals or the trophies. The goal is to enjoy the sport. He's here in pickleball, and he's still hungry to achieve more in tennis. Told me it's not over for me in tennis.
Absolutely. You know, once an athlete, always an athlete. I mean, someone like him, he spent the majority of his years on earth playing sport. I mean, if I remember correctly, speaking to him the last time round, he picked up a tennis racket when he was 7 years old. So that's literally 4.5 decades of just playing sport. I think it's part of his life, it's part of his muscle memory. And it's so exciting to see him, someone like him, take this expertise and bring it onto the pickleball court, right? He can inspire so many tennis players across the world to say two things. One, you can have a career even after a certain
15
age,
seconds.
but also to a lot of youngsters, pick up the game early, and you see someone like a Kwang Duong at the Monsoon Pickleball Championship, 18, 19 years of age, ripping the ball, and it's just so
Timing,
great to
11,
see
6,
that
1.
you can enjoy the young pro side of it and you can enjoy the age categories. I think that's why pickleball is such a unique sport.
Second
Indeed,
serve.
Nitin, of course, being a mentor, a coach to so many youngsters, so many of them drawing inspiration from him.
11,
And that's what
6, 2.
Nitin really wants to do today at this stage of his life. He said he wants to contribute, he wants to give back to the sport, be that role model, and who better
Side
than
out.
him after all these years, after that wealth of experience that he's had. He wants to give back to the Indian talent, help them grow.
6, 11, 1.
Once again, a big shout out to all our sponsors for helping us here with the Monsoon Pickleball Championship. The Global
Second
Sports
serve.
team, always striving hard to deliver best quality courts, best quality
11-2.
atmosphere, and it cannot be possible without all our sponsors. Franklin Pickleball, The Whole Truth, Notto,
Side out.
Radico, Unirec. Thank you so much.
11, 6, 1.
Misses that one
Second serve.
completely, Nitin Kirtane. And that's the thing about pickleball. It just keeps you hooked, isn't it? Shank, who's
11,
himself
6,
such a
2.
busy man, but he's competing with Kwang Dong here. He's competing with Mr. Surya Veer Singh
Out.
Buller.
Side
And I've seen you playing all day today. You cannot leave the court. That is the intensity with which you want to perform. You want to go
6,
after it all the
11,
time.
1.
I mean, I'm just extremely fortunate to be able to play in this environment. The Sidco Convention Center in Navi Mumbai is
Second
turning out to
serve.
be an absolute blockbuster of a venue. The players around all the courts, and of course, people watching our live stream can watch
6,
the center
11,
court.
2.
Besides that, we have another 15 courts where tournament action continues. There are beautiful food stalls. It's actually a carnival of pickleball, as we always say it is, and it's just amazing to see people from across the
Side
world. We
out.
have Australians, we have Americans, we have people from Europe, we have people from Vietnam. Of course, we have Indians from all across the country coming
11,
in
6, 1.
and just making it one global event, one global sports event.
Indeed, it just feels like a
Second
global
serve.
village here, the kind of facilities, and this is not one event. This is what has been done by global sports time and time again. Just earlier this year, we had a massive success with the Indian Open 2025, the Pro and the Challenger Leagues. This is the
11-6-2.
third edition of the Monsoon Pickleball Championship 3.0. What you're seeing is the center court. Like Shashank rightly mentioned, the courts outside, about 15 of them, they're packed. Crowds across each of those courts because you don't want to miss the action. You want to witness
Side out.
pickleball at its absolute best, and it's a festive atmosphere here. The energy is so palpable.
And really, Sarthak, the tournament is
6,
made by the
11,
players. It's the players who create the vibe, the players who create the tournament. We as organizers can lay the courts. We as organizers can get the
Second
atmosphere.
serve.
But the real intensity and energy is created by the players. As you just mentioned, 50 plus, yet you can
6,
see them
11,
energetic,
2.
bubbling, vocal, and that's what you really want to see. And that's what pickleball offers. It offers everyone an opportunity to be competitive. You can see over here, absolutely
Side out.
going for it, and that's what you really want to see.
One thing we've noticed from Sachin and Kiran is they are going for the shots, but somehow the timing missing. It's the nerves, it's the occasion, it is center court, the lights are on you, the limelight is here. This is where you want to perform and shine. You know what is at stake. It's the gold medal. Maybe the occasion is getting the better of
11,
Kiran and
6,
Sachin
1.
so far.
And Sarthak, whatever the age, match experience, match pressure always counts. Someone like Nitin Kirtane,
Point.
so used to the center stage, so used to playing these big finals, so used to, competing.
12, 6,
He
1.
and Atul Edward collectively had a lot of success in the 50 plus, whereas Kiran and Sachin, a new partnership, discovering
Point.
themselves, but still showing a good account of themselves in these finals.
Make that 13-6.
2 points away. 2
6,
points away
1.
from the gold medal.
Second serve. Thirteen 6-2. Side out.
6-13.
1.
Something tells me this is probably the last opportunity Sachin and Kiran have to get back in the game.
Second serve. Hello, hello, hello.
They've really put on a good show. They've really tried to fight. If there can be one
6-13
critique about
two.
them, it probably is their body language. Would love to see them slightly more excited, enjoy the game a bit more. It's a good occasion. It's a big occasion. You very rarely get to play in atmospheres like that, and it's really important at that
Hello,
time to
hello.
enjoy it.
Side out.
Effortless, he makes that backhand volley look. Takes it so early there, Nitin
13
Kirtane.
6 1.
13-6.
Hello.
13-6-1. 2 points away from the gold
Yes, sir.
medal.
Two timeouts.
Second time out
Second
called
time
here
out.
by
The
Kiran
score
and
is
Sachin, trying to break the
13-6-1.
momentum.
That need to give themselves that breather. Create an opening, build up a comeback story like no other. Can they? Everything possible. You can always expect the unexpected in a format like this one, where it's just one game and a race to 15. But is it a little too late now?
Ready? 13 6 1. Time in 13 6 1.
Both serves remain. Can they close it on these serves? They are just 1 point away.
Point.
It's a total of 8 championship points. A massive 8 championship points,
Match
Shashank.
point 6
And
1.
you can see Atul still being very focused, telling Nitin, we don't want them to come back into the game.
Second serve.
1 second serve, 14-6. Championship
Match point
point
6-2.
for the 50 plus men's doubles.
Game.
That's it. We
And
have
with that,
our men's doubles
Nitin and
champions.
Atul take
Nitin
the
Kirtane and
title.
Atul Edwards win it in style. Big shout out to Kiran and Sachin as well. Your finalists in the 50 plus men's open category. Requesting the finalists to please stay on center court for a quick interview. Nitin, if you could join me, please. Kiran, well done. Just not your day. Atul, please come on. Please come on. Requesting Atul Edwards to join me. The champions here, Nitin Kirtane and Atul Edwards, and of course they came so close. Kiran and Sachin, first I'll start with you guys. What did not go your way according to you? What could have been done better?
We knew that they'll come hard at us in terms of driving. Nitin's drive is excellent and Atul sir's defense is excellent. So we had a game plan to probably target the backhand of these guys, but probably it didn't work as much as we wanted it to work. And big credit to these guys because they pulled it off very nicely. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they played really well and many unforced errors from us, like maybe so many chances we broke, but still we couldn't, take advantage, capitalize on those breaks. So well played, Nitin and Atul. It's always good to play against you guys. Thank you
I
guys.
think Kiran, Sachin, you should feel very proud of yourself because the run you had to the final was incredible. And
Thank you, thank you.
Massive,
thank
massive
you.
shout out.
Thank you,
And
Sarthak.
now, just to talk to you, Nitin, we know what you've done in the world of tennis. I was speaking with you yesterday. You tell me that your goal in pickleball is first to enjoy the sport. I can see you enjoying, but I can also see that precision. How do you manage to keep the level so high when you're playing?
Thanks a lot, Sarthak, for the kind words. Special thanks to my partner. Well played to Kiran and Sachin. Very good run. Well played. I mean, yeah, we spoke yesterday, but I mean, after all, sport is about winning. So you have to have that competitive edge on the court. So happy to run very well with Atul this time. We played well. We gelled well. So happy to play this lovely tournament and enjoy the game of pickleball.
You mentioned sport is about winning, and they say winning is a habit, but there was one thing that I noticed about you, Atul. The energy was so high. You were pumped up right from the get-go, and that was very impressive.
Thank you so much, Sarthak. Thanks for your kind words and well played, guys. The thing is, for me, it was a big change because I'm usually always the dominant partner. With Nitin, it becomes the other way around. So I have to take a little backseat. I'm learning, but I think it's a great combination, and we should keep this going. Since I mean, we are evolving as players itself, and great run and global sports. I mean, what can you say? Great surrounding, great center court, and Sarthak, thank you once again.
Thank you, and what a start this is to day 2. They kick it off in style. Your finalists of the men's doubles. And a big shout out, a huge round of applause to these guys. And the action has just begun, so stay tuned with us for a lot more.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello.
check. Hey,
Mark.
hey, hey.
Gurleen? Ask me. First of all, who's first server? Who's starting right side? Gurleen? Okay. All right. One game to 15, win by 1 on serve. You swap at 8, 1 timeout each. All right. You'll also get the 1 minute timeout for the change of ends. You're responsible for all line calling. Please make sure it is clear, either verbally or visually, so that I know that it is being called out. Otherwise, I'll assume the ball is in. I'll look after the non-volley zone and the serve. You look after everything else. If you wish to challenge the opposition's call, ask me, and then I'll adjudicate accordingly. Understood? Finally, do not serve whilst I've got my hand in the air. I'll direct it to your paddle, and you'll have 10 seconds to serve. Is that clear? If you do serve whilst I'm calling the score, it'll be an automatic fault. Understood? All right. Asmi, your first name, so you can have the call. We've got H for heads or tails. What would you like? Heads? It is a head. Receive. You'll be serving. 15 points, swap at 8, win by 1. 1 timeout. Thank you.
It is time for the semi-final now in the women's doubles advanced category. On the near screen, you have the pairing of Alaika Ibrahim and Punji Rawal. On the far screen, you see Gurleen Singh and Asmi Sapra. Of course, Chief Referee Mark Taylor will kick off proceedings any moment now. See Mark Taylor now just getting those final bit of proceedings completed before he signals time in.
All right, receiver ready, server ready. Best of luck. Time in, 002. Side out.
It's a good start. Quick break of serve.
001. Point.
Misses that backhand, finds the net. Looking to flatten that one, Alaika.
101.
Kept going in one direction there, both Gurleen and Asmi. Targeting Alaika on your screen there and being rewarded in the end. Some hard hitting, some solid speed ups.
201.
This time Alaika Ibrahim was ready. Driving that one away.
202. Side out.
That one floats wide. This is a good start. Are these tactics? This is interesting now. Gurleen taking her time.
021.
Maybe mind games at play right at the start.
Second server. 022. Side out. Two zero one. Point.
Now, from Asmi and Gurleen,
3-0-1.
they are right ahead with 3. You see a change in the score line. It's
Second
Asmi
server.
and Gurleen who had 3, and on the other side you have Punji and Alaika who had 0. A correction.
3-0-2.
Oh, this is good. Great footwork there from Gurleen Singh. Of course, we know she has had a solid tennis background here in India,
4-0-2.
making the most of that solid footwork. Oh, how good was that? Take a bow, Asmi Sapra. Piercing that one right in the middle.
Five zero two.
Alaika with a body bag. She went straight after Gurleen Singh there. This is intense. Now
0-5-1.
Alaika with the serve. Can they open their account here? Alaika and Punji.
Second server.
Just not finding her timing there, Punji.
0-5-2.
She needs to hold serve here. They need to get that going because they have not managed to open their account so far, and that will be the story as Gurleen and Asmi managed to break both serves
5-0-1.
in quick succession. Somehow, Alaika is managing to accumulate points, rather win those
5-0-2.
rallies when her opponents are serving, but that doesn't give her the point. That's the challenge in this sport. You can only win points on your own serve. So from Alaika and Punji's perspective, they would want to break these serves, which they have. Now Gurleen and Asmi serves have been broken. Now can they win some points on their own serve? That's the big
0-5-1.
question. Can they finally get on that leaderboard, on that scoreboard? Not in this occasion. One more serve. Now Alaika's serve again broken. Punji has to come up with something spectacular if she wants to see
0-5-2.
herself and Alaika alive in this one. Finally,
Point.
they get their first point. Punji and Alaika are on the scoreboard. Will this help the momentum?
1-5-2. Point.
Ooh, now this is why momentum is spoken so extensively in sport about.
2-5-2.
Now, with this momentum, can they level things here? They've got 2 points. You'll see a change in that score line.
Side out.
This time the serve broken.
5-2-1.
Asmi Sapra with the serve now. That's better from Punji.
Second server. 5-2-2. Point.
Finds that backhand drive volley going long. Just couldn't get enough spin on it.
6-2-2.
Keep that within the baseline. Another error on the backhand side. Costly these. Alaika Ibrahim won't like that.
7-2-2.
Managed to get themselves back in this contest, and a fault.
2 flat.
The service
Side out.
motion is what Chief Referee Mark Taylor signaled there.
2-7-1.
He wasn't happy with it. Gurleen doesn't contest it.
Point.
Now the Alaika Ibrahim serve.
3-7-1.
Can she get a few nice deep serve there? Oh, how good was that? Well done, Punji Rawal. Just the chemistry they want, Alaika and Punji.
4-7-1. Point. You're right. 5-7-1. 5-7-1.
5-7-1, a 2-point difference here. They're going after it. The hands battle. In the end, it's Gurleen Singh who does it in style. This is centre court action. The women's doubles semi-final in the advanced category.
5-7-2.
Punji with the serve. In comes Asmi. And rewarded here. Gurleen and Asmi pumped up after that one.
7-5-1. Second server. Seven, 5-2. Side out. 5-7-1. Point.
You hear that? Come on, let's go from
6-7-1.
Gurleen Singh.
Point. Seven, 7-1.
7 apiece here. You'll see a change in that scoreline. You have to appreciate what Punji and Alaika have managed here.
7-7-2.
Alaika to Gurleen now.
Point. 1 minute change ends, ladies. Score is 8-7-2. Alaka to serve.
What a contest. Worthy of a semi-final.
8-7-2.
And interestingly, it's Punji and Alaika who have that lead now. Who would have predicted
Side out.
this just about 5 to 10 minutes back? What a comeback story. What a quick break of serve here. Now Gurleen and Asmi taking their time.
7-8-1.
They're trailing by 1, which wasn't the story for most parts of this contest. Solid backhand cross court. And how good was that from Punji? Complementing each other beautifully now. Both Punji and
7-8-2.
Alaika, if they come through in this one, what a comeback it'll be. And they
Side out.
continue to press forward. This is crucial. Alaika, whose serve wasn't working
8-7-1.
too well in the start, suddenly has found that timing. But that's a
Second serve.
costly forehand inside out error. Just looking to be a little too cute with that one. Sends it wide.
8-7-2. Point.
A little tentative on that volley, Gurleen. And how important are these points now?
9-7.
As we inch closer to the finish line, who has the
9-7-2.
nerves?
9-7-2.
Tension palpable.
Side out.
It's tricky when she manages to get that backhand going over to the other side. It can be a really solid weapon for her, but she's also had a
7-9-1.
series of errors from that backhand wing of hers. Well done,
Server.
Alaika and Punji. So patient, so consistent during the course of that
Serving
rally.
serve.
Took their time and being rewarded.
7-9-2. I'll recall it. 7-9-2.
This is the backhand that Alaika wants. And on a crucial point like that one, just the kind of cross-court backhand drive she was looking for.
9-7-1.
Oh, goes after that forehand. Finds the net tape. Had a look. They've certainly turned this game around, both Alaika and Punji.
9-7-2.
Have the 2-point cushion. Will it be enough? Wow!
Point.
Punji Raval. Bounce onto that one.
Ten 7-2.
What a serve.
Point. Timeout
Is
receiver.
she cramping
Score is
there?
11-7-2.
Time out here.
Receivers have no further timeouts. Serving team has 1 timeout remaining. Players ready. Time back in. 11-7-2. Oh. Too high. Side out. Seven, 11-1.
Wow, has to be one of the best rallies we've seen all day today on centre court. The intensity from all 4 women, the hands battle at the kitchen there, the speed ups, sensational.
Eight, 11-1. Second
The
serve.
come on from Punji. And they have really shown that chemistry, both Punji and Alaika, feeding off each other's energy. Now taking the time here, Gurleen Singh made to wait.
8-11-2. Point.
Very important that serve from Gurleen. Very critical, each point.
Let's go, ladies. 9-11-2.
9-11. Gurleen and Asmi trailing by 2. Exquisite. The jinking, nice and delicate. And rewarded. Asmi is pumped.
Ten, 11-2. Side out. Eleven, 10-1. Point. Ball was out.
Sends that out. Asmi Sapra, she had a look.
12-10-1.
Now 2 serves at the minimum for Punji and Alaika to extend this lead.
Point.
They make it a 3-point lead now.
Thirteen, 10-1.
Speed ups. And again back to reduction of pace. And another speed up attempted, but Punji finds that one going long. On your screen, Alaika and Punji. What a comeback it's been for them in this semi-final. They were trailing through most parts of that start that they would have never wanted.
13-10-2.
Somehow held their nerves. Now have a 3-point lead.
Ball's out. Side out.
Just out. Now this is a critical juncture for Gurleen Singh and Asmi Sapra.
13.
They would want to get
You're receiving.
as many points as possible on their serves.
Let's go, ladies. 10-13. All right. 10-13-1.
What an angle.
They've called it out. They've pulled the ball out.
It's been called
They
out,
pulled the ball out.
and Chief
7-13.
Referee Mark Taylor is saying it
Are you
is
asking
out.
me? Are you asking me?
Are you
The ball
asking
was
me?
good.
Mark
Point.
Taylor says to
You've got to ask me.
Gurleen and
I said that
Asmi,
earlier.
and he says it was in. So now
11-13-1.
they get themselves to 11, Asmi and Gurli. Amazing reflexes at the kitchen. Oh, sent back. Wow.
Point.
Well done. Have to appreciate what Asmi and Gurleen managed to do on that occasion. It's a 1 point difference.
Let's go, ladies.
Taking their time
Timeout.
here.
Thank you.
All right.
Timeout receiver.
Timeout called.
1. Gurleen serving. Players ready. Time back in. 12-13-1.
It's the 1 point separating the women in the semi-final.
Point.
Straight to the head. Asmi Sapra rewarded.
Thirteen, 13-1.
Interestingly enough, it's 13 apiece here.
Second server.
Wow. Quality of pickleball on display, top notch. All 4 women giving it their all.
13, 13-2.
Well done. Punji Rawal. The aggression and the intensity. Just so much
13, 13-1.
precision backing that power. And it's her serve now. Dispatches
Second
that
serve.
one, Asmi Sapra. What a tight contest this.
13, 13-2. Side out.
You can hear Gurleen there, just creating that energy alongside
13,
Asmi.
13-1.
Every point worthy of 4 at this stage.
Second server.
Topsy-turvy affair. The pendulum keeps swinging in this contest.
13, 13-2.
Been at 13 apiece for a while now. Who can manage to come out of this? Who gets the nose right ahead?
Side out.
Not yet.
Thirteen, 13-1.
How much of a psychological edge it'll be to get yourselves to 14. Who gets there first? Oh, what a contest at the kitchen. In the end, it's Alaika Ibrahim who takes her team now to 14 alongside Punji.
Fourteen, 13-1. Point game match.
That's it.
15, 13.
Alaika and Punji are going to the final.
Hello. Thank you.
Alaika Ibrahim and Punji Rawal make their way to the final. What a wonderful semi-final that was. All 4 women displaying top quality pickleball, requesting y'all to please stay on center court.
Well played.
Gurleen, Asmi, Alaika, Punji, if I could have a quick interview with all 4 of you.
Hello, hello.
A spectacular women's double semi-final. Both teams was neck and neck. For a while, I just thought whoever gets to 14 from 13 each will have the edge, and somehow Alaika and Punji managed to do that. You had the lead for most parts of that start, Gurleen and Asmi. I think that is where you'll be more disappointed. What was it that you could not manage to keep that lead going?
I think we had a strategy in our mind, and when we started the game first, initially we were doing well and we were on a lead, but then they were fantastic. They just switched their game and they just were so confident on their shots and their dinking. So they were pretty good with but they had a plan, and after the timeout what they did.
I have to say one thing, the chemistry between the two of you was showing. You were feeding off each other's energy, and I'm sure there's more coming your way. Which other categories remain for you guys?
We are playing Women's Pro, waiting for that now.
Wishing you the luck in that one. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now your finalists to my right, Alaika Ibrahim, Punji Rawal. How good was that performance? Firstly, tell me what was going through your mind when they were racing ahead at the start. What were you telling each other?
We were just motivating each other all through the match. We were telling, just go for the next point, and you got this, you got this. We were just cheering for each other the whole match. And luckily we got it, because both of them played amazingly well, but still somehow we managed to get the match.
Punji, one thing that I noticed is the precision. You were going after those shots. You were not holding back. So the power was backed with precision. Have you practiced coming into this? What was the training like leading into the Monsoon Pickleball Championship?
I just thought of playing the way I used to play it in the practice, and I just go for it. And I just did it. I did well.
The clutch mentality showed in your performance. Wishing you the best of luck for that final. Great performance. The action continues on the other side of this short breather. Thank you.
Server ready. Best of luck. Time in. 0-0-2.
Here we go then. Joshika starts this on her serve. What a start that is. Solid serve. Taken by surprise there.
1-0-2.
On your screen, Joshika alongside Sai. On the near court, you have Sindoor and Urvi. Sindoor in the pink outfit and Urvi in the whitish blue outfit. From what we see on the screen, it looks closer to white, but when you see her in person here, it looks more purple. Go straight to Sindoor there, Sai. On the body.
3-0-2. Side out. Zero, 3-1. Second server.
Taking their time here. Sindoor and Urvi looking to find their footing in this one.
Side out.
Nice hands there. Joshika gets the job done. Sai with the serve now.
Second server.
Costly error on that occasion. Both teams taking their time in this one.
3-0-2.
It's for a place in the final of the women's doubles. Just saw a cracker of a semi-final where Alaika and Punji showed us some clutch mentality. Chief referee Mark Taylor just looking for the ball there. Have they managed to find it?
Oh, there it is.
Yes, finally.
Josh can serve you side. All right, time back in. 3-0-2.
Well done there, Sindoor. Into the open court she goes.
Zero, 3-1. Second server.
A little casual on that occasion.
0-3-2. Side out.
Nice solid overhead there. Well done, Sai. Not easy.
3-0-1.
Seen the best of the best struggle with overheads in the world of tennis. Novak Djokovic has had some moments where he's not found his precision with the overheads. They can be very tricky. Under the lights. A little too cute with that forehand there. Costly. Joshika not happy. She's practicing that motion again. Smile on her face. She has to serve now.
Side out.
Looking for that angle on the backhand. Serve broken. Sindoor will be looking to accumulate a few points on her serve now.
0-3-1.
Can they open their account, Urvi and Sindoor?
Point.
Finally, they open their account on the Sindoor serve.
1-3-1.
It's a difference of 2. At 1
Second
is
server.
where Urvi and Sindoor are. The serve broken. Still an opportunity now with Urvi's serve remaining.
1-3-2.
a stark contrast in comparison to the previous semi-final. You don't see as many speed-ups so far in this one. As far as the pace is concerned, that one had a lot of flat forehands, backhands, drives. But in this one, a lot more dinking, a lot more reduction in pace, taking the time, all four women. And there, a speed-up. But just couldn't back it up with that consistency that she would have liked there, Urvi.
Four, 1-1.
Joshika with that solid forehand drive. How good was that? From the baseline.
Five, 1-1.
Nicely done
Second
there.
server. Five, 1-2. Point. Six, 1-2.
That is solid from Sindoor. Just goes in the direction of Joshika, back to back.
You're receiving.
And rewarded.
1-6. 1-6-1. Point.
Nice to see that roar from Urvi. Quick speed up.
2-6-1.
They trail by 4 here. Oh, what an angle that was from Sindoor. Well done. Took it so early. Have to be mindful of that kitchen. You don't want to step into it.
3-6-1.
Nice.
Point.
Couple of solid points, these from Sindoor. Are they coming back into it? Just a difference of 2 here. It's a race to 15. How tight was that first semi-final? 13 apiece. Finally, one team managed to get the nose in front, and that was a very close contest. Will we see a repeat of it in this semi-final of the women's doubles advanced category here at the Monsoon Pickleball Championship 3.0? Top-notch facilities created by Global Sports for Indian athletes, and from across the globe we're seeing talent shine here at the Sidco Exhibition Center at the Monsoon Pickleball Championship in its 3rd edition now.
5-6-2. Point. Six, 6-2. Ball was out.
Called out.
Got out.
Sindoor agrees. It was a very close call, that one.
6-6-1.
Had a chance, but that overhead had enough bite on it from Sai there. Sai Samhita. Long deep breaths from Joshika and Sai. They know how important every point is. It's a crucial stage. You have made it to the semi-final. Can they go all the way?
7-6-1. No,
Joshika now with the serve.
7-6-1.
They have a 1 point lead here. Nice slicing from the backhand. Is that ADP in?
Second server.
No. Chief referee Mark Taylor almost looking towards the commentary booth and saying no.
7-6-2.
How close was that? Finds the net post on that occasion, very close.
Going to you, Irving. Serving to you, Irving.
Here we go then.
Players ready. Wait. Players ready.
Sai with the serve.
8-6-2. Point.
Quick exchange there.
Nine, 6-2.
Oh, how good was that? The hand-eye coordination there from Joshika. Took that so early. Nice crisp volley. The technique top-notch.
10-6-2.
Sindoor finds the open court.
Side out. Six, 10-1.
Disappointed, dejected with her serve there. Joshika Prem Kumar, she had a look. Just couldn't get the control she would have liked.
7-10-1. Second server. 7-10-2. 7-10-2. Side out. 10-7-1.
What a single-handed backhand that is.
Second server.
Just goes after it. Looks so beautiful. They talked about
10-7-2.
ground stroke in the world of tennis, that single-handed flat backhand. And you're seeing it on display here as well from Sai. She needs to mix it up though. She needs those slices. She needs to keep varying it because it can also cost you points.
11-7-2.
On this occasion, you see that slice. In comes Sai. Now Sindhu taking her time. Sindhu battling it out. And this is a cross-court battle between Sai and Sindoor. Changes direction, Sindoor. Now Joshika gets involved and she is rewarded. Joshika and Sai being applauded. They love it here on center court.
Coming at you, Sindhu. Timeout receiver. Score is 12-7-2.
An interesting
serving.
stage to go for a timeout.
Serving team has one timeout remaining. All right, players ready. Time back in. 12-7-2. Point. Thirteen 7-2.
Taking the time now at the kitchen, all four women. Again, it's the cross-court battle. Urvi and Sai. Now Sindoor gets involved. Now Joshika and Sindoor. Wow. Has to be one of the best rallies of this match. And it's not over. It's not over in the... Oh, wow. Joshika and Sai pull a rabbit out of the hat. What a contest this semi-final is turning out to be.
14-7-2.
In the commentary booth, alongside myself, Sarthak, I have my very good friend and a delight to welcome you back to the commentary booth, Vimal Raj. How is this contest looking and how have you been?
Hello Sarthak, hello people. What a pleasure it is to join you, Sarthak. And what a pleasure as well to watch highly entertaining matches like this. Sai, Samita and Joshika, both from Chennai, been working hard lately. Sai Samita, former international player, WTA top 700. She's done her part in tennis. Now it's time to say, it's my time in pickleball.
Similar story to yours, isn't it, Vimal? You've done your part in tennis. Now your athleticism on that pickleball court stands out. Seen that footwork from you. And which categories are you participating in this time around at the
8-14
Monsoon
to
Pickleball
you,
Championship?
Joshua.
I think I'm playing in 6 categories, which is
No, single
advanced
serving.
doubles, pro
8-14
doubles,
two.
advanced mixed doubles. My partner is playing right here, Joshika.
8-14
Pro doubles
two.
as well. And then singles, I'm in the same group as Kwang Dong. Would you believe that?
That's a big name. The Avatar.
Side out.
Costly, that error. What, according to you, went wrong there? Because we've seen this on numerous occasions, right at that kitchen line. Is it the nerves? Is
14,
it the technique?
8-1.
I think people rush in too much to finish the point. Could have been more patient on that. But that was better. That was better play from Urvi and Sindur. They're just taking it point by point. But a
14,
thread of points
8-2.
right here will shift the momentum to them.
Side out.
Side out, here we go. Will
8-4
Ovi and
and 1.
Sindur able to crawl back into this match, into the semi-finals? But that was a
Second
costly
server.
error. At this moment, Urvi Sindur need to be a little bit more consistent.
8-14 2.
Phenomenal stuff
Side out.
from Sai Samita and Joshika. Very, very consistent, waiting for that one opportunity and went for it.
14-8-1.
14-8. Match point. They get it
Point,
done
game, match.
in some style.
15-8.
Sai Samita and Joshika beat Sindur and Urvi 15-8 and are through to the finals. What a match. Hats off to all four. But Joshika, Sai Samita come out on top.
visually so that I know that it has been called out. Otherwise, I'll assume the ball is in. Should you wish to challenge the opposition's call, you must ask me. Otherwise, I will not be overruling it, even if I agree. Okay? You must ask me. Please do not serve whilst I've got my hand in the air and calling the score. Otherwise, it'll be an automatic fault. If you have any doubt as to where it is, look at my hand. All right? I'll wait until the receiver is ready. If they are ready and you're in your box, I'll direct it to you. You've got 10 seconds to serve. Any questions? All right. Tashiki, you're close to me. So hammer is heads, tails. Heads is the call. It is a head. They will serve. Which end would you like? You want 2 minutes, ladies? I'll go and get a new ball for us. All right? I'll get a new ball for us. Jashika, are you first server? New ball for the final? We got a new ball for the final or not? The women's doubles. Yeah, just need a new ball for the start. Thank you very much. Cheers. go, ladies. Jessica.
It's time for the women's doubles final.
Thank you.
Making the way through that second semi-final, Joshika and Sai, and that cracker of a first semi-final where we saw Punji and Alaika getting the W. As we're moments away from kicking off proceedings for this big one. Alongside me, Sarthak, Vimal Raj.
There you
Hello, hello, hello. What's up, Sarthak? Should I call you Sarthak or Satu?
Anything works. What a contest, Vimal.
Yeah, of course.
You,
well
you,
said.
were mentioning how Joshika and Sai train alongside you in Chennai, and I'm sure they've done something very correct in that training because they made it to the final here.
Yeah, to put into simple words, they're bringing the Chennai Heat to Mumbai Monsoon, I would say.
Let's go, ladies. Receivers ready.
Seconds away from this final.
Really?
Just warming up their serves. Last minute preps.
Good now.
Here we go.
Receivers ready.
It's Lawal. Joshika to
Server
start
ready.
proceedings.
Best of luck, ladies. Time in.
This is Sai
0-0-2.
Samita Joshika versus Punji Rawal and Alika Ibrahim. Good start.
Point.
Straight away being aggressive. Sai Samita and Joshika. Both of them very good
1-0-2.
tennis players. And of course, all these four players have a tennis background. Oh, look at that touch from Sai Samita. That was really good. But Punji Rawal says, no, 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 you can't pass me. Good being aggressive.
0-1-1.
That was a good point.
Point.
It definitely would have helped to settle down the nerves. Alaika Ibrahim.
1-1-1.
1-1-1. Here we go. Sarthak, what are your early predictions?
I was very impressed with how Punji and Alaika pulled off the win in that first semi-final. If they can keep that clutch mentality going, because it was a very tight contest where they were trailing for most parts of it,
2-1-1.
and they still managed to get that win over Gurleen and Asmi. So if they can keep that going, I would give them a slight edge over Joshika and Sai.
There is definitely
Second
one more
server.
thing, but a very important thing to consider. Joshika and Sai beat Punji
2-1-2.
Rawal and Alaika in the group stage. 11-2. But let's see, it's a rematch on the same day. That too in the finals.
Side out.
Good hands from all these four players. Top class pickleball. Worthy of a final, of course.
1-2-1. Second server.
Lucky, lucky, lucky. That was very lucky. Could this luck stay for a long time for these guys?
1-2-2.
Joshika to serve. Here we go, hand battles again, but Sai Samita comes out on top. Sai has the touch, has the finesse,
2-2-2.
but also could be aggressive whenever she needs to. 2-all.
Hold. 2-2-2. It is 2, ladies.
A small
2,
confusion
2.
right there.
All right.
The score is 2-2-2.
Time back in. 2-2-2.
2-2. But they have to be
Ball
careful
called
with
out
Joshika's drive. But they did really
Ball
well to
called
put
out.
that back in
Point.
and come
Ball
out to
within.
win that point.
Side out.
Hats off to
it off
Alaika
the
and
line, lady.
Punji. Nerves.
2-2-1.
Who's gonna get the early momentum?
Second server.
You don't see that too often from Punji Rawal. But it's a final.
2-2-2.
Nerves all around in the center court right now.
Side out.
2 free points. Sai and Joshika will take that. It's again 2-2-1. Back on Joshika's serve.
2-2-1. Point.
Just long.
3-2-1.
Oh, you don't see that too often from Sai
Second
Samhita.
server.
Those third shots, she's very, very consistent with it. But even the best can miss.
3-2-2.
Body bag
Side
from Alaika Ibrahim. Long rally. And the lefty-righty duo of Alaika and Punji being rewarded there. And how important is that, Vimal? A lefty-righty combination.
3-3-1.
Does it really give you that edge? Or is it more psychological?
Well, that was just long. But to answer your question, Sartu, it's always tough to play a southpaw, that is for sure. Because you don't get to play them often, right? And a lefty-righty duo is always tough.
2-3-2.
Always. You never know what's coming out of their paddle. Good vision from Sai Samhita right there. Saw Punji move, but went for the open court. Well done. Yeah, of course. This is very, very important. Communication in doubles.
You know, we've seen a lot of it in the women's
3-2-1.
doubles today. Also, some tactics at play. I mean, some mind games, would you say, because you want to break the rhythm of your opponents. That's where you've seen Chief Referee Mark Taylor intervene on numerous occasions
4-2-1.
and requesting the ladies to start the game. Restart the game, rather.
Yeah, that's a very important thing, Satu. Well said. Too many things to taking a
4-2-2.
timeout, taking time out from your opponents. Even a couple of seconds has a chance to break the momentum. And pickleball is that way. It's a sport where 1 or 2 points will
5-2-2.
matter. You win those 2 points, you get the momentum. You lose those, you lose the momentum. Oh, that was a good point.
Side out.
Hand battle, Alaika comes out on top. The southpaw showing her skill right here at the center court when needed.
2-5-1.
2-5. Crushed it right into the court. If this was a clay court, I think the ball would have gone into the ground. You remember Andy Roddick doing that long back?
What a story Andy Roddick has had. I mean, you just feel for him. 3 Wimbledon finals, Vimal.
Yeah.
The man came so close against a certain Roger Federer on 3 occasions. That's the thing about sport. So close yet so far.
Point.
The crowd right here cheering for Punji and Alaika.
3-5. 3-5-2.
3-5. 2 points away to tie this down.
Point.
That was really good from Punji Rawal. Calm and composed. Great third shot. You know, when you're down, pressure moments, you just stick to basics, do whatever you need to do. Stick to your strengths.
And The humidity a major factor also, Vimal. You can just see the sweat. They're taking the time.
4-5-2.
Want to be hydrated. You want to not allow that paddle slip away. You want a good grip. Because we're in the Mumbai monsoons. You can expect massive humidity
Right
levels.
Would you believe it? I'm sweating doing commentary here.
Well, these are
5-4-1.
air-conditioned courts. But without a doubt, the humidity can play its part.
Point. Ball's out. Point. Six, 4-1.
That was a good point from Punji Rawal. I feel like it's Sai Samita's serve. She just slices it, and it's really, really tough to take. The court is slow, it dips down.
6-4-2.
But the other three players over here goes for the topspin serve.
Side out.
Of certain Kinwen Zheng, whose serve is so slow when it comes to the world of tennis that you might feel it's one of the easiest to return, but it can get so tricky, which is what you're trying to highlight when it comes to
6-1.
Sai, because she's not got that speed, but she can deceive you with that pace.
Again, Punji Rawal and Alaika come out on top whenever needed in these hand battles. Clutch moment, clutch game.
5,
These
6,
two are
1.
shining right now. Okay, these guys have a game plan right now. These guys know, okay, not more than 4 or 5 shots with the dings. Let's try to speed it up. Let's make them play our game and let's not play their game.
6, 6, 1.
And they're executing it really well. Good change up, good change up from Joshika and Sai Samita. They were ready for it.
6, 6, 2. Point. Ball's out. Seven, 6, 2. Point. Change ends, 1 minute. Score is 8-6-2. Punji is serving. Your first server, you start here. All right, players ready? Time back in.
It's the
Score is
final.
8-6-2.
Time back in, says Mark Taylor. Here we go then. Punji with the serve. Sai slices that one. In she comes. Punji goes hard with that forehand. Now the backhand goes
Side
very long.
Six, 8, 1. Point. Seven, 8-1. Second server.
This is the kind of energy we saw in that semi-final from Alaika and Punji.
Side, this side. 7-8-2. Point. 8-8-2. Side out.
Taking the time. It is the final. It's for that gold medal. Both these teams had such good runs coming into this final. Just saw the two semi-finals before this one. Back-to-back matches for them. No test of the endurance. The hands battle. Joshika comes up. Rises to the occasion. She's pumped. Joshika and Sai just coming out of that second semi-final. A little bit longer of a break on the other side for Punji and Alaika, who were fabulous in that first semi-final. Mounted a stunning comeback story. And it's neck and neck in this one. Alaika changes directions. Had a look on that side, looking for that backhand angular cross court.
10-8-2.
Finds the net.
Timeout receiver. Score is 10-8-2. Punji. Punji. Have the ball, please. Receiver. Receivers, you have one timeout remaining. Serving team, you have two timeouts remaining. Punji, this side, you're 10. To you side. It's 10-8-2. It's 10-8-2, Joshika. Right. Players ready? Time back in. 10-8-2. Side out. Eight, 10, 1.
Did that land in? Joshika puts the finger up, so does Sai. Mark Taylor agrees. It is out, just out.
9, 10, 1.
And the roar from Joshika and Sai. The crowd loves it. Taken aback there, Alaika and Punji.
Timeout receiver. Score is 10, 10, 1.
Timeout
Ball,
at
please.
10 each. Which way does this one go? taking the time now. Both teams know the next few points will set that momentum up. It's a race to 15 in this women's doubles final.
15 seconds. Both teams, one timeout remaining. All right, players ready, time back in, 10-10-1. Point. Eleven, 10-1. Second server. Eleven, 10-2. Side out.
Just out. Pressure moments. Can they show that clutch mentality again? Alaika and Punji trailed by a massive 5 points in that opening
10,
semi-final.
11-1.
Came back, won it, and they need that in this final. That mindset,
Point.
that drive. What a shot. What a forehand. Straight to the body goes Alaika Ibrahim.
11-1.
Now with the serve.
Point.
Toe to toe.
12-11-1.
Just the 1 point differentiating them. Punji and Alaika, can they extend this lead?
11-1.
Slices that, comes inside, and she had a look on that one. Alaika with the forehand inside out. Just couldn't get enough spin on it.
12-11-2. Side out.
Again, an error from the forehand wing from Punji's end. And how good was that forehand in that semi-final? She was backing the power with precision
11,
in
12,
her
1.
ground strokes. Sai taking her time. Wow, Joshika. Well done.
Twelve, 12-1. Second server. Twelve, 12-2.
12 apiece.
Oh, girls.
Don't.
Hold the score. You cannot be doing that.
You
She served,
can't
it's
be
their
doing
point.
that, says Mark Till. I've called the score. A warning to Alaika
12,
Ibrahim
12-2.
from the Australian referee. He didn't like that one.
Point.
Joshika and Sai, nerves of steel on display.
13, 12-2.
Wow, all of a sudden, Sai and Joshika have come alive at possibly the most important stage of this match. Will it be enough?
Timeout receiver. Score
Timeout
14,
called from the
12-2.
receiver.
Rasika
They
is
need it.
serving.
Alaika and Punji need this
you.
break.
14-12-2.
Joshika with the serve. They could close it here. That's it, your champions. Joshika and Sai seal the deal in style.
Well played. Well played, Si.
We have our champions in the women's doubles here. Joshika and Sai get the job done. Saw them in that semi-final just before this one. Back-to-back matches, back-to-back wins. A huge round of applause for Joshika and Sai. And of course, Alaika alongside Unji and Alaika sealing that win in the opening semi-final after having trailed by a massive 5 points. Can I have all 4 of the finalists alongside me? Joshika, Sai, if you could please come here. How impressive was that performance from Joshika and Sai, complementing each other wonderfully. Joshika, firstly, in terms of endurance, for you to play back-to-back matches, how did you manage that?
I mean, I was regretting because I got silver in singles. I wanted to get gold in doubles, and yes, got it.
You got it. Indeed, you got it. Sai, those serves, the clutch mindset that you displayed, how did you prepare for this one? What was going on in your head?
So I think I've played a lot of matches. I'm a tennis player, and even there, a lot of close matches go, and maybe that's helping me now to be calm and composed.
The tennis background has certainly helped a numerous amount of pickleball players. Joshika, you've got that goal now. What is it that you're looking forward in the coming days at the Monsoon Pickleball Championship 3.0?
We'll see. I'll put my best performance and aim for gold in every category I play. So 2 medals so far. Let's see.
Congratulations, Joshika, Sai, your women's doubles champions. A huge round of applause. Can we hear it for Alaika and Punji as well? They were phenomenal in that first semi-final, just couldn't get through the final. Well done. It's time for the advanced quarters in the men's doubles. And we have Nitin Kirtane back on center court alongside
The light
the
just
mighty Vishal Jadhav. They're on the far screen. On the near screen, you see Maitreya Bhagat and Anay Patil.
0-0-1.
Maitreya in the dark blue, who's ready to serve now. Alongside him, Anay Patil. Nitin with the return. Oh, how good was that from Vishal? Nice punch at the net. Solid forehand volley.
0-0-2.
Fault. Not too happy with that one. Anay.
All right, try this again. 0-0-2.
It's been allowed to serve again. I believe there was some light concern there. The
Point.
sudden flash.
One 0-2. Point.
Finds that one going long, Nitin. Maitreya and Anay would not want
2-0-2.
Nitin and Vishal to get that momentum because you know how experienced Nitin is. How good was his performance earlier today alongside Atul Edwards, grabbing that gold medal in the 50+ category.
3-0-2.
Now it'll be interesting to see how Vishal teams up, compliments Nitin. Atul mentioned that he's someone who likes to take the lead, but when he's partnering someone like Nitin Kirtane, he knows the wealth of experience that the man brings in. He allowed Nitin Kirtane to keep leading, keep taking charge,
4-0-2.
which is something that Vishal would certainly want Nitin to do as well in this partnership. This is the ideal start for them, but the men on your screen, Maitreya, can he turn this around? Maitreya Bhagat there, ready to receive.
Point. One 4-1.
Again, a lefty-righty combination. Nitin and Vishal. Southpaw Nitin. Oh, well done. How good was that from Anay Patil?
Second server. One 4-2. Point. Two 4-2.
You see a change in that score line. It's 3-4-2. Just the 1 point separating them. Ooh, misses that overhead completely. Taken by surprise there. Nitin Kirtane wasn't anticipating that one. Well done, Maitreya and Anay. They lean more of those defensive skills.
Point. Five 2-1.
Interestingly, it's 5-2.
6-2-1.
Now make that 6. 4 points the lead, and we have a timeout here.
Point. Seven, two, one. Second server.
Pumped up after that one, Nitin Kirtane. That's the energy we saw earlier today with Atul Edwards, and they lead that Vishal and Nitin. Because Maitreya and Ane is not intimidated by any means. That one goes long. Ane was going after it.
2-7-1.
What a start this is turning out to be for Maitreya and Ane. Standing firm at that kitchen line, Ane.
Second server.
Like a wall, sending everything back. This is good.
2-7-2.
Now in comes Maitreya. Maitreya with that backhand. And this time he sends that cross-court volley long. In fact, wide. Had a look. Very impressive this start from the pairing of Maitreya and Ane. Again, a lefty-righty combination on both sides, in fact. We've seen that in doubles. Want to mix it up. Just allows you that slight edge.
7-3-1.
Have the backhands on the wide side, then you have the forehands right down the middle. You can go after them. Both of them, the righty and the lefty, can attack with the forehand swing. When it comes to pairing up as a lefty and righty combination, and allows you that reach on the backhand side with the double-handed backhands especially. You have that other hand to give you more of that control when you're stretching out wide, something similar to what we see in those open stance sliding backhands from Novak Djokovic in tennis.
Side outs.
Maybe you just slice it back on the backhand side, which can be tricky.
3-7-1.
Now it's a difference of 4 points here. 3 is where Nitin and Vishal are at the moment.
Ball was good.
That looked very close. Maitreya is not happy.
4-7-1. Point.
And how effective are these lobs turning out to be from Vishal Jadhav? Mixing it up beautifully. The variation, such an important aspect in this game. In comes Nitin Kirtane. It's a battle with Anup. Stand corrected, Ane, who's hanging in there now. The cross courts begin. The dinking battle.
Second server.
And Ane again shows us why he and Maitreya are a force to reckon with in this quarterfinal. They're not intimidated whatsoever by the massive experience that Nitin Kirtane brings on the other side. Ooh, had a look. Had a look. That backhand overhead, not an easy shot to execute. Goes in favor of Nitin and Vishal that point.
6-7-2. Side out.
Ooh, that low volley. Looking to drive it away. Finds the net there, Nitin.
7-6-1. Point. Eight, 6-1. Second server. Eight, 6-2.
Slowly but surely, Nitin and Vishal looking to come back into this. It's 8-6. Called out. And out it is. Confirmation from Mark Taylor.
9-6-2.
Get themselves to 9 now. Rolls over to the other side. Now all four of them at the kitchen. Thinking.
Side out. Timeout. Receiver. Score is 6-9-2. Nitin. Ball, please. Thank you. Cheers. Second server. Six, 9-2. Point. Seven, 9-2. Side outs. Nitin. Dish. 9-7-1. Second server. 9-7-2. Side out. Seven, 9-1. Second server. Seven, 9-2. Point. Eight, 9-2. Side out. Nine, 8-1. Second server. 9-8-2. Side out. Eight, 9-1. Point. 9-9-1. Second server. Nine, 9-2. Right side. 9-9-2. Side out. No. In 9. Nine, 9-1. Point. Ten, 9-1. Point, game, match. I'll play him, no. I'll play him, Crash. Play him. Play sharp. you'll get it after this. Heads or tails? Head is the call. It is a head. Receive. So who is the first server? Ravi? Ravi. And who's first serving for you? You are? Upatha. Thank you. 2 minutes, gentlemen. You right with that ball? All right. Receiver ready. Server ready. Best of luck, gentlemen. Time in, 002. Side out.
Finals in the men's doubles. You have Zoin Patel stand corrected, and Ravi Ranjan
001.
on the near screen. Ravi with the serve now. Ready for the return there. You have Anish and Bhupati.
Second server. 002. Side out. Zero 001.
Slices that one. Chips it. Had a look on that backhand there, Ravi.
1-0-1.
Open the account, Anish and Bhupati. On your screen there's Zoen alongside Ravi. In the
Second
all
server.
black outfit, it's Anish and Bhupati. In the white and the blue here, you see Zoen and Ravi.
1-0-2.
Going after
Right
Bhupati
up.
there, Zoen sticking to a plan, targeting only Bhupati and going after his body there.
0-1-1. Second server. 0-1-2. Point.
One apiece here.
1-1-2.
Zoen Patel has an opportunity to extend this lead. He's the only one remaining with the serve. During this
Side out.
process, a minimum of 2 serves each, which also now has been lost. Both serves
1-1-1.
go, and now 2 opportunities at the least for Anish and Bhupati to win and accumulate points. You can only win points on your own serve here. Oh, wow. The counter-attacking ability, solid from Anish and Bhupati.
Point.
That gets the crowd going. Well done.
Two, 1-1. Second server. 2-1-2. Point.
Finds that one going wide.
3-1-2. Point. Four, 1-2. Point. Timeout receiver. Score is 5-1-2. Ball please. Right, players ready, time back in, 5-1-2. Point, 1 minute
The
changeover.
sheer speed
Score is
there from
6-1-2.
Anish and Bhupati. Very
Bhupati is
good with their
serving.
footwork. Taking their time. Timeout.
Right, gentlemen. Players ready. Time back in. Score is 6-1-2.
Taking his time, Zoin. Oh, this is interesting. They charge in, Bhupati and Anish.
Side out.
Zoin and Ravi need to try something different now. This lead is massive.
1-6-1.
5 points. Zoin will want to accumulate as many points as possible on his serve. Now goes down the middle, earns himself that big one there with a straight swing, a drive on that forehand wing.
2-6-1. Second server. Two, 6-2. Side out. Six, 2-1. Second server. 6-2-2. Point.
Very well done. Nice and patient. The put away, way solid from Anish there.
7-2-2, fault.
Ooh, that's
Side out.
costly. Fault on the serve. Free point. Won't be too happy with that, Anish.
2-7-1. Point. Three, 7-1.
Ravi to Bhupati.
Point.
This is good. Now difference of 3. Can Ravi keep the momentum going and level things here on his own serve?
Second server. Coming to you, Bhupat. Four. 4-7-2. Side out. Seven, 4-1. Second server. Seven, 4-2.
Wow, what a backhand that was. And gets lucky as well. Fortune favoring the brave there. Bhupati, a nice, crisp, flat backhand drive there. He has the serve now. The southpaw. In comes Ravi. Zoen now. Bhupati charges in alongside Anish. Missing that one. Won't be too happy. Now Ravi has opportunities on his serve.
4-8-1.
The difference still a solid 4. Well done, Bhupati.
Second server.
Nice crisp volleys.
4-8-2.
Goes after it. Anish, the speed up there,
Ravi.
fantastic.
8-4-1.
The men in black continue to march forward in some style. Coming hot, and they are firing on all cylinders.
Second server.
A lot of work to be done now for Zohan and Ravi. That break might help.
8-4-2.
You still have Anisha's serve remaining. Oh wow, how good was that from Ravi Ranjan? Nice forehand put away.
4-8-1. Point. Five, 8-1. Second server. Five, 8-2. Point.
This time the backhand fails to clear that net. Had a look on that cross court there, Bhupati.
6-8-2.
Now Zohan Patel with the serve. In comes Anish.
Point. Timeout receiver. Score is 7-8-2.
Just the 1 point.
Side out. Eight, 7-1. Not up. Second server. Eight, 7-2. Side outs. Seven, 8-1. Second server. Good side, Ravi. 7-8-2. Side out. Eight, 7-1.
The speed up from Bhupati, but
Second
Anish
server.
sets that one long. They had a look. They had a chance. Zoen and Ravi not once to let this go.
8-7-2.
They'll fight tooth and nail. In comes Ravi. Going back towards Ravi there. Change of direction for
Balls
Bhupati.
out.
Has that landed in?
Side out.
How close was that? The cross court, I believe, has been called out.
7-8-1. Point.
In fact, it was called in. Now this is something we'll need a confirmation on. Yes, it was in.
8-8-1.
Now Zoen with the serve. In
Second
comes
server.
Anish. Didn't need to do much as that one finds the net from the other side.
8-8-2. Point.
Well done, Zoen.
Nine, 8-2. Side out. Eight, 9-1.
It's a race to 11. The first to 11 will book a spot in the semi-finals.
Point. Ball's out.
That goes the way of Anish and Bhupati. It's 9 apiece.
9-9-1.
They can win this on their own serves here, Anish and Bhupati, but Ravi not one to let this
Second
go.
server.
He breaks one serve. One more to be broken if they want to get these back on their serve. Can Zoen now manage to do what
9-9-2.
Ravi just did? He's ready to return the Anish serve.
No, ball's out. Point.
It's match points now.
10-9-2.
One match point. Will it be enough on Anish's serve? Yes, it is.
Game match.
Anish and Bhupati get the job done.
7-9.
They're through to the semi-finals.
Well played, gentlemen. Ravi, Zoyan, Anish, and Bhupati. Side out. Zero, zero, one. Second server. Zero, zero, two. Side out.
Maitra Nane showed moments back on this center court. You'd expect them
0-0-1.
to come in firing on all cylinders. They are in red hot form, but can Tanishq and Ananmay stop them?
Point.
Great hands there on display from Tanishq Mahindru.
1-0-1. Second server. One, zero, two. Side out. Zero, one, one.
That one goes wide.
Second server.
One serve remaining.
0-1-2.
Anay with the serve. In comes Ananmay charging in.
Side out. One, zero, one.
Chips that one, Maitra. Now Tanishq with the chip, the backhand, and well done, Anay. Into the open court.
1-0-2.
How good is this from Maitra? So quick on the feet, reading those beautifully.
Zero, one, one. Second server. Zero, one, two. Side out.
Now Tanishq Mahindru with the serve.
1-0-1. Second server.
Ananmay, the communication with Tanishq. Both of them
1-0-2.
will be looking to come right on top at the start of this one. So Ananmay there just asking Tanishq to slow it down, take his time, and that's better. He's the one who's, at the moment, the one who's speaking more, communicating a lot more, taking the initiative in this pairing. Ananmay with the serve. Maitra charges in with that return. Oh, Tanishq had a look on that forehand down the line. Finds the net.
0-2-1.
Bounce on to that one. The overhead solid from Ananmay there.
0-2-2.
Yet to open their account, Anay and Mehtra. And finally, the first point for Anay and Mehtra.
1-2-2. Side out.
Quick break of serve, but they've opened their account. Now they'll need to get a few more.
2-1-2.
Anandmay with the
Sorry,
serve now.
Correction. My bad. No, stay there. 2-1-1. 2-1-1. 2-1-1. Second server. Two, 1-2.
Mehtra comes in. What a return that was. And how aggressively he charges in. The speed. Fantastic to watch.
1-2-1.
Anay with the serve now. Anandmay comes in. Delicate hands on display. Tanish.
Point.
Not enough. Not enough on it. It's level here. 2 apiece.
2-1. Second server. Two. Side out. Two, 1.
Forehand right in the hitting zone of Mehtra. Tanishq looking to come in, but not the control he would have wanted. Mehtra is looking in some solid form throughout day 2. Again, Mehtra gets the job done. He's a man to watch out for. Complimented wonderfully by Anay.
Point.
Gets just that necessary amount of fortune in his favor there.
3-2-1.
Was on the net tape. Rolled over to the other side. Not on this occasion.
Second server. Three, 2-2.
Tanishq Mahendra goes straight to the shoes. We speak of this often in tennis as well. When you go straight to those feet, straight to the shoes, it's so difficult to return that low ball.
Second server.
Mehtra is certainly in some
2-3-2.
scintillating form. He's not missing, hardly missing. If you're Tanishq and Anandmay, you would want to go in the direction of Anay just like that. But they're going after Mehtra here. Anandmay is hitting it towards Mehtra. It continues, but Tanishq
Point.
with the speed up.
Coming at you, Nate. 3-3-2.
Finds that forehand inside out, going out.
3-3-1. Second server. 3-3-2.
Tanishq
Side out.
just waiting for that forehand put away.
3-3-1.
The hands battle heating up. In the end, Maitreya and Nane have that edge once again.
Three, 3-2.
How close to the baseline was that serve? Such an effective serve. The depth, the precision on it.
4-3-2. Point. Five, 3-2. Point. Six, 3-2.
3 points separating them. Anandmay with the serve. Nice backhand volley from Tanishq there. It was coming onto the body. The footwork on point.
7-3-2. Side out. Three, 7-1. Second server. Three, 7-2. Side out. Seven, 3-1. Point. Change ends, gentlemen. Score is 8-3-1. Tanishq serving. Thank you.
Tanishq, Anandmay will be happy on the kind of way they maintain that lead. 5 points the difference.
Eight, 3-2.
Nice drive from Tanishq, but Maitreya was waiting for it.
3-8-1. Second server. 3-8-2.
Maitreya versus Tanishq. Tanishq with the change in direction, but Anay reads it beautifully.
Four, 8-2. Side out. 8-4-1.
Anand targeting that backhand. Maitreya slicing it, coming in. Maitreya's smash returned. Now they're keeping it in play. Nice defensive skills on display from both Tanishq and Anand.
Timeout receiver. Score is 9-4-1. Anand serving. Anand Ball, please. Thank you. Second server. Nine, 4-2. Point. Ten, 4-2.
Double digits now for Anand and Tanishq. This is it. Multiple match points. Not so soon. Not so soon, say Maitreya and Anand.
4-10-1.
It's a battle to 15 here. We're not going to 11. First to 15 wins this.
5-10-1. Second server. 5-10-2. Side out. 10-5-1. Second server.
Anand brings in a lot of badminton experience, and on the right, Tanishq with some massive tennis experience, using their racket sport skill set in the massive number of years that they put in on very similar courts, helping them on a pickleball court.
Point.
Nice and steady this from Maitreya and Anand. Can they keep
6-10-1.
their composure? Can they mount a comeback and level this?
Point. Seven, 10-1. Second server. 7-10-2. Side out. Ten, 7-1. Second server. Ten, 7-2.
Tanish goes after Anay there and rewarded. Targeting
11-7-2.
the body, and now Tanish has the serve again to Anay. It's a battle again between Anay and Tanish. Cross courts, Maitra comes in and does the job.
Side out. Seven, 11-1. Point. Eight, 11-1. Point. Nine, 11-1. Second server. Nine, 11-2. Side out. Eleven, 9-1.
4 more points is what Anand and Tanish will be looking for. The other side, Anay Maitra right there. It's a very even contest, this one.
11, 9-2.
It's a correction there, it's 11-9.
Side out. Nine, 11-1.
Maitra. Wow.
Points. Timeout.
Flying on centre court
10, 11,
all day long.
Nay is serving. You're here, serving to Anand. 10, 11. You what?
Nice and bright here on centre court.
We're good. All right, both teams, no further timeouts. Players ready, time back in, 10, 11, 1.
How good was
Second
that from
server.
Anand May? The read on that one. And then that placement in the center. Tanish
10,
ready for the
11-2.
return. Maitreya with the serve now.
Point.
Maitreya Anay not once to give in.
11,
It's
11, 2.
11 apiece.
Side out.
This is crucial now.
11, 11,
Tanishq
1.
Mahindra with the serve. They've had the lead, but somehow they've let it go. These points necessary for them to keep that momentum in their favor, but
Second server.
it looks like Anna and Maitreya have other plans. They want to snatch that momentum right away and bring it towards them.
11, 11, 2.
Big swing on that forehand. Now Maitreya, he stepped into the kitchen there. We've seen him do that time and time again. Manages to do it so well. But on this occasion, somehow,
12, 11, 2.
part of his foot was on that kitchen area, close to the net.
Side out.
Very even contest.
Eleven, 12, 1. Second server. Eleven, 12, 2.
Oh, wow. The balance there. Super. Well done, Anay.
12, 12, 2. Point.
Maitreya Anay roaring in, charging forward. Nice solid hands. What a comeback once again from these two.
13, 12, 2. Side out.
So even. So nicely contested. This battle.
13, 1.
Who has the nerves?
Point.
They love it. Pumped up after that one, Anand May and Tanishq. They know the importance of that particular point.
13,
These are the clutch moments. Who has the clutch mindset?
13, 13, 1. No, fault. Second server. Thirteen, 13, 2. Ball was out. Ball was out. Side out. No, it was out. They called it out. I confirm it's out. The ball was out. Side out. Let's go.
Not happy with that one, Anand May and Tanishq. Chief referee, Mark
The ball
Taylor.
was out. Let's go, guys.
Let's go now, he
13,
says. The
13.
ball is out.
Let's
He stands by his decision, and Tanishq and Anand May follow along now. Even though they look way disappointed. But play shall resume.
13, 13, 1.
13 apiece here.
Point.
They love it, Maitreya. And Anay pumps up, sudden change in body language. All of a sudden, Tanishq and Anand May The shoulders dropping a bit.
14, 13, 1.
It's an opportunity match point now for Maitreya Nane.
Second server. Fourteen, 13, 2. Point game match.
That's it.
15, 13.
Maitreya Nane get the job done.
Thanks, Dinesh.
Storm into the finals. What a semi-final this was. All four men deserve a huge round of applause. Going down to the wire once again. Can we hear it for them? Worthy of a semi-final.
Point.
We've seen Maitra and Anay on centre court throughout this second day of the Monsoon Pickleball Championship.
1-1-2.
On the other side, Vimal and Tejas, they were in action on the outside courts. How much of that is going to play into this final? That center stage experience, more at the moment in favor of Maitra and Anay. They've had a scintillating run of form here. Nice speed up, nice change of direction, but handled so well there by Anay. Maitreya with that, and Anay has to be the highlight of that particular reel. He handled it single-handedly almost.
1-1-2. Side out. One, 1-1. Second server. One, 1-2. Side out.
The serve's important here. You don't want to end up giving away 3 points.
You play, let me ref. 1-1-1.
Battle of the Dinks.
Point.
Finds that net tip, Vimal Raj.
2-1-1. Second server. Two, 1-2.
Nice slice that. Maitreya's deep serve handle now. All four of them at the kitchen. Intensity all the way. Now just reduction of speed there. Who comes up with the speed up? Who will take the initiative now? Testing those angles. Taking their time. This is good from Anay. Now Vimal Raj joins in. Maitreya handling it in the cross. Change of direction from Vimal. Handle well.
Side out.
Wonderful quality pickleball on display in this final.
1-2-1. Second server. One, 2-2. Point. Two, 2-2.
Slicing those. Well done, Matra. Right in the center. Just pure precision on that particular forehand from the man. Gets the depth as well. Vimal was testing him with some slices.
2-2-1.
Now Matra to Vimal again on this serve.
Second server.
That's better from Vimal.
Two, 2-2. Side out. Two, 2-1.
Goes straight after the body. Vimal Raj, well done on the forehand there. Maitreya didn't have the time. Just couldn't get himself into a good enough position on that occasion. Just finds that one going out, and had a look, had that opening.
4-2-1. Point.
Was that going long? I believe Maitreya's paddle touched the ball there, which he wouldn't have wanted. Wasn't too sure to go after it or let it go.
5-2-1.
And this is good now. Tejas Vimal have a 3-point lead.
Second server. Five, 2-2. Side out.
Quick break of serve.
Two, 5-1. Point. Three, 5-1.
Maitreya to Vimal. Slicing it, Vimal right away.
Second
Nicely
server.
done that from Tejas. Into the open court. Takes it so early there at the kitchen line.
3-5-2. Point. Four, 5-2. Point. I've called it. Five, 5-2. Fault.
Steps into the kitchen there, Tejas. Just couldn't get the balance he would have liked.
6-5-2. Side out.
Men's
5-6-1.
doubles open category. Advanced final on display here on Centre Court at the Sidco Exhibition Centre in Navi Mumbai. It's the third edition of the Monsoon Pickleball Championship. Only getting bigger, better, grander. And that is some pickleball from Tejas. Went after it, kept going on the body of Maitreya and forcing that error out of his paddle.
6-6-1. Point.
Great reflexes there. They have that lead, slender lead of one. Take themselves to 7 here, Maitreya and Nane.
7-6-1.
I stand corrected. Tejas and Vimal there. In comes Maitreya. Vimal charges in, goes back now, and dispatched in style by Anay there.
Seven, 6-2. Point.
Makes it look so easy. Tejas.
Yes.
That effortlessness in his movement
8-6-2.
with
Jamal is serving.
such a smooth swing there towards the end. Down the line he goes. They have that 2-point lead now.
Back in, 8-6-2.
In comes Mathria. Wimal lets that one go. Nice read on it. That one goes long.
9-6-2. Side out.
Just couldn't get to that forehand volley. Goes on. The same level of consistency that they have
6-9-1.
maintained, Anna and Matra, throughout the day. Very impressive. Commendable stuff. Speed up from Vimal Raj, and he
Second
does
server.
it so well there, forcing the error.
6-9-2.
Speed ups attempted by Tejas. Not fruitful so far, and they continue. Mathria with the charge. Both Tejas and Vimal right at the baseline, sending them all back. Wow. Wow. How good is this? How good is the quality of pickleball on display? That gets the crowd going. They love it. That has to be one of the best points we've seen across the entire Monsoon Pickleball Championship this year. The defensive skills from Vimal and Tejas, and the absolute onslaught on the other side from Matre and Nane. Top notch.
Right. Time back in, 7-9-2. Side out.
Finds the net tape on that occasion.
9-7-1.
Ooh, loses his balance. He went straight after the body there, and Vimal Raj doesn't look like anything serious. He has to serve, and he has to make sure he can get them a few more points. They have the lead, Tejas and him. Ooh, had a look on that speed up. Cross court, he wanted to go there. Timeout, says Vimal Raj.
7-9-1.
Chief referee Mark Taylor on
Steve, you have
court.
one timeout remaining.
One timeout
17, you
remaining.
have two
He
timeouts
says to Vimal and Tejas. On the other side, 2 remain for Matra and Anay.
All right, gentlemen, time back in. Score is 7-9-1.
Trailing by 2, Anay with the serve. Oh, well done, Matra. It's been a delight to watch this man perform today. The southpaw has been sensational on centre court, no doubt about it. Both of them have such a good understanding of
8-9-1.
each other's play, read it so well. Not too much of communication between them, but there's just that
Second server.
instinctive understanding of each other's styles. Both of them know when they have to
8-9-2.
charge in, when they have to sort of reduce the pace,
Point.
mix it up, complement each other, the righty-lefty duo very well, but they'll need to bring out their A game now
9-9-2.
because it's 9 apiece and it's the final.
Side out. Nine, 9-1.
Tejas with the serve.
Second server.
Very important, this serve now from Vimal.
9-9-2.
The last one remaining in this particular point.
Side out.
They've lost both their serves now. Pressure mounting. This is the clutch phase of this particular final.
Hang on a
It's
second.
a race to 15. Taking their time.
Just don't want you slipping on it. All right, gentlemen, time back in. 9-9-1.
Vimal letting them go, believing in Tejas, and they
Seven
are
serve.
rewarded. Nice camaraderie and understanding between the two visible on that
9-9-2.
particular occasion. We're still at 9 apiece. Nice speed up that from Anay. Well done,
Side
Tejas. It'll be interesting to see who gets to double digits first.
9-9-1. Second server.
Solid.
9-9-2. Point. Ten, 9-2. Side out. Ten, 2. Side out.
Straight to the feet of Matra goes Vimal Raj.
Timeout, receiver. Score is 10-10-1. Vimal is serving. Vimal. Ball, please. Thank you.
Well done, Tejas. Under pressure. The tension increasing.
10-10-1. Second server.
They love it. Has to be the performer of the second day. Matra has been in some form here.
10-10-2.
All he wants is a win in this final. That's what they've been fighting so hard for. But Vimal and Tejas will not let this one go, because Vimal, with that absolute fighter-like, warrior-like mindset of his, the massive tennis experience that he also brings to the table.
11-10-2.
Tejas has been like the silent assassin all through the second day. Can he keep it going alongside Vimal? Matra takes his time on that one. He loves that one, Tejas. Fighting tooth and nail. Both teams know what is at stake here.
12-10-2.
Right in the center. Go down the middle and solve the riddle, says Vimal Raj.
13-10-2.
And it's time out.
Tejas is serving. Receivers, you have no further timeouts. Serving team, you have one timeout remaining. Tejas to serve. Maitreya, you're receiving. All right. Players ready. Time back in. 13-10-2. Point. (14-10-2).
14-10-2. 4 opportunities, 4 championship points for Vimal and Tejas.
Side out. Ten, 14-1. Second server.
Not so soon, say Anay and Matra. Keeping themselves
10-14-2.
alive in this mega final of the men's doubles advanced category.
Side out. 14-10-1. Point game match. 15-10.
We have our champions here in the men's doubles advanced category. Vimal Raj and Tejas win it in some style, but we have to appreciate what Mathria and Ane did today. Top quality pickleball on display once again on center court here at the Monsoon Pickleball Championship 3.0. Can we hear it once more for Tejas and Mathria? Tejas and Vimal Raj, and of course Mathria and Ane. If you could please join me, requesting the finalists to please join me. A match totally worthy of a final. All these four men deserve a huge round of applause once more. The silver medalists to my left, Mathria and Ane, they were fantastic all day today on this center court. The lefty-righty duo just couldn't get over the finish line in this final contest. Just not in the end, but you have to appreciate what they brought to the table today. The entire day was largely there, especially you, Mathria. You were in some form today. I didn't see you miss. Most of your shots were landing with such precision and accuracy. But the champions to the right, Vimal Raj and Tejas. Tejas, I just heard you say I had some unfinished business. Build on that. What was that?
It was called yesterday, the singles which was left. So yeah, unfinished business which was finished today.
Yeah, thanks. Well done guys. And Mathria, I wanted to ask you, when you were playing today on center court, there's so many moments where the footwork, you make it look so easy. What about your game have you worked on because of which you could perform at such a high level today?
I think I've worked a lot on the footwork and the dinks. I started pickleball, it's been 6 months, and I didn't know whether I wanted to continue the sport, but I took to it, and I think it's me and my partner's hard work throughout. We push each other a lot. We've been doing a lot of drills, we've been working very hard, and we've been pushing each other, so I think that's the whole reason that we could make this far and come up short in the end, but it's okay, no problem.
Very well done, and there's clearly some camaraderie that was visible throughout the day. Both of you feed off each other's energy, and that was something that has to be appreciated. Thank you so much. That silver medal is well deserved. Maybe the next time you are together, that gold medal will be yours. Well done, guys, well done. Vimal, final thoughts from you. You came in at the start, you all were trailing. You didn't have that lead that you would have wanted. What did you tell yourself to turn it around?
First of all, big congrats to Maithreya Bhagat and Anay. They played really well, to reach the finals. And thanks to Tejas, my partner. This is the first time partnering. Thanks to Mani Setu, if you're hearing this, he partnered us up. So big thanks to him. And I think our chemistry was just on from the first point. So thanks to this guy. What else do you want me to say, Sathu?
Well done. I think you've both shown clutch mentality, and that is why you've been awarded the gold medals. And we have the prize distribution here itself. The checks are ready. Requesting Mr. Divyesh Jain and Mr. Suresh Bansali, the founding partners, if you could please come over And a huge round of applause for both of them. And calling on Mathri and Ane, if you could also come on. We have the prize distribution ceremony here itself. And your prize money is ready as well. Mr. Suresh Bansali with the silver medals for Mathri and Ane first. Can we have some noise, guys? Mr. Divyesh Jain, Mr. Suresh Bansali, alongside Mathri and Ane, are silver medalists. And now for the gold medals, requesting Vimal and Tejas to please take center stage. Mr. Divyesh Jain and Mr. Suresh Bansali, if you could do the honors. Top quality pickleball once again. What a day it's been. Such a fabulous day too at the Monsoon Pickleball Championship 3.A. Well done, Vimal. Well done, Tejas. Turning it around. Not the easiest of conditions. The humidity massive, but you kept your composure throughout that contest. A big shout out, and the action will continue shortly. And the celebrations begin for the gold medalists. Well done, guys.